Good morning, everybody. If we could start with electing a chairperson, please.
I'd like to.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you. As we have a full quorum, do I need to exclude Councillor Vi? Okay. I also need to do a personal declaration that I am a life member of the Dons Trust, which owns a football club in Division 1 in London. I am not on the committees. I've never been on the committees. I'm just an ordinary member, but for clarity, I wish to declare that.
Does anybody have any objections to Councillor Brown participating in the meeting after declaring that interest? Okay, thank you. We'll proceed then.
Thank you for attending, Councillor Vi, but you got the rest of the day to yourself. Good morning. I'd like to start with introductions, and if I could start with Mr. DeFazio, please, and we'll work around this way. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Chair. My name is Franco DeFazio. I'm the Senior Licensing Officer for Medway and Growsham Shared Licensing Services.
Good morning. I'm Carl Rogers. I'm a solicitor and I'm legal advisor to the panel.
I'm Nicola Couchman and I'm here to keep a record of the meeting.
Hello, I'm Sharon Jackson, member of the committee, but I am also local councillor for Strood West, and at the moment I'm appointed Deputy Mayor.
Good morning. I'm Councillor Hazel Brown, and I'm chair of this committee today.
I'm Lizzie Convey. I live on Bourneville Avenue.
Good morning. I am Nicholas Filmer and I'm an applicant.
Good morning. Thank you all for your time. Gary Hake, Chatham Town applicant.
Thank you very much, everybody. Just a brief outline of how this morning should run. Our licensing officer will briefly outline the application, and then the applicant speaks in support of the application, and you can call any witnesses that you have, and then it's for the objectors to ask the applicant and their representatives and witnesses questions, and the panel, then we ask you questions, and then the objectors speak about their representation, and they can call any witnesses they wish. The applicant, that's your good selves, or your representatives, you can ask the objectors questions, and then we ask some questions, and then you have a chance to sum up, and all parties have. So that's how it's supposed to run, and here's hoping it will. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Right, so I think this is working, yeah. On the 20th of April 2026, licensing received a full variation application for Chatham Town Football Club. This is in Maidstone Road, Sports Ground, Chatham. The application is to amend the current hours for on sales in the clubhouse from 10 a.m. to 2300 hours, Sunday to Wednesday, and 10 a.m. to 24 hours, Thursday to Saturday. And this is being changed to on and off sales in the clubhouse and the addition of 2 pop-up bars in the pitch area from the hours of 10 a.m. until 2300 hours. And this is Sunday to Thursday, and 10 o'clock until 2400 hours, Friday to Saturday. Late night refreshment on a Thursday is to cease. And the applicant would also like to remove the following embedded condition from the premises licence, and that is the rules of the club concerning admission of new members and the sale of intoxicating liquor shall not be altered without the consent of the licensing authority. I'd like to note that no alcohol is to be sold for consumption outside the stadium and in the surrounding streets. The application has been advertised correctly at the venue, on the website and in the local press. So a copy of the current premises licence and plans can be found at Appendix A on page 11 of the report. A copy of the variation application can be found at Appendix B on page 17, and the plans accompanying the application are at Appendix C, which is on page 39. Shortly after the blue notices went on display, licensing began receiving objections to the application. Representations from the public can be found at Appendix D on page 42 of the report. Furthermore, Kent Police have reached an agreement with the applicant, and the agreed conditions can be found at Appendix E on page 49 of the report. It is for this panel to decide on the appropriate action for this application, taking into account all the evidence brought to your attention, both written and oral, alongside the Licensing Act and its associated guidance. The panel can decide to A, grant the licence as applied for, B, amend the application, C, adding or amending conditions, and finally D, refuse the application. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. It's your turn as the applicants to make your representation and speak for your application. Thank you.
Good morning. So we would like to apply for the sale and consumption on and off the premises of alcohol, but only within the stadium walls, using 2 pop-up bars that are on wheels that are classed as portable. No alcohol is to leave the stadium at any point. This will be policed by SIAs on the entry and exit points and refusing people to leave with alcohol. The reason for this is to enhance supporter experience. We do currently experience on match days the main clubhouse that sells the alcohol. It does get busy, there are queues for it, but we are looking to enhance supporter experience by using the other bars around the stadium that I mentioned previously, the 2 pop-up bars. We hold a large number of charity events, community events, and our main aim, as well as match days, is to increase the experience that supporters get through not having to queue up for any form of alcohol or any other drink for that matter. And we are basically applying for this licence, as mentioned before, just to purely increase supporter experience. And it is worth noting that it will only be for match days, which primarily are 2 o'clock till 5 o'clock on a Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Clara. It's now your turn to ask the applicant questions.
So you say primarily match days. Will this include the upcoming World Cup? And when will the alcohol be served up until for the World Cup, taking into account if England progress? Sorry, if England progress, obviously some of the matches are going to be in the middle of the night. When do you propose to stop serving alcohol during those times, taking into account it is in a residential area?
Absolutely. Thank you for your query. With regards to the England progressing in the World Cup, of course, there is a national extension which allows bars, etc., to continue to operate for an extra 2 hours, I believe, depending on the kick-off time. So we will be following those guidelines that are set out. Regarding primarily match days, they are the busiest time on a Saturday, 2 o'clock till 5 o'clock. And charity matches, community matches, that sort of thing do take place outside of those hours, i.e. Sunday afternoon, for example, or a Friday night. But the main busy periods will be the Saturday afternoons.
Obviously, I live dead opposite. We know for each other from sight. My concern is the amount of people who are going to be consuming alcohol, the people who leave the ground with alcohol in their hands in plastic cups, the people who stand opposite my house and urinate dead opposite my house. That's going to increase the litter, the shouting, the screaming. We get up late at night. That I'm woken several times in night times when you have late night, the later matches or the community matches, the charity events, etc. The events that you put on. What are you going to do to police all that to make sure that doesn't exacerbate what is already happening within Bourneville area?
I would like to add that the proposal for the 2 extra pop-up bars, it won't increase crowds. It won't draw any extra people in. For example, it's not like, how can I word it? It's not like an off licence where people can come in, buy a drink and take it away. It's the complete opposite. So it won't increase crowd numbers. We will make sure that we enhance the level of SIAs on the gates to stop people leaving. We'll put up more signs as well, asking punters to be respectful of the residents, etc. We'll make further announcements over the tannoy as well, and we'll do our best to police it as much better as what we can. We will increase stewards on match days and events like World Cups. They'll be present in the car park. They'll be present onto Bourneville Avenue as well for the entrance to the car park as well.
I think with all due respect, I think you're sort of underestimating the level of alcohol that might be consumed, especially during the coming up World Cup. I don't want to I'm really so really reserved about this because you don't live on Bourneville Avenue and you do not have to put up with what we have to put up with. So I'm sort of getting to it. So you're saying that you're going to train in extra people, but what training will they receive? Because at the moment, we got one steward on the gate who doesn't stop. I witnessed, do not stop those gentlemen leaving the grounds with plastic cups in their hand. So I'm really reserved about what you can put in place. So how are you going to? Are they going to receive proper training? I think I'm not really clarifying what I want to say because I don't think it's going to happen to the extent that you want to happen. So can you really assure us, as the residents of Bourneville Avenue, that we are not going to get any more because of these 2 pop-up bars, people drinking more alcohol, which I think it will?
Thank you. Yeah, just to sort of reiterate, really, it won't increase crowd sizes. It's purely to cater for the people that are inside the stadium on match days. Regarding the qualifications, so all of our SIA, door staff, security industrial authority, they've all got the relevant qualifications. Our stewards have got at least level 2 spectator safety qualifications. With myself and 3 other members of our staff, they've got level 3 spectator safety qualifications as well. We will increase number of staff that are present to show a presence in the car park area to ensure that no plastic cups do actually leave the stadium. And we will encourage punters to obviously be respectful of residents to leave quietly. And as mentioned as well, more signs will go up, more notifications, more messages will go out to supporters to be respectful.
Members, have we got any questions? Councillor Jackson?
Mine's just a bit of clarification, so I've got it in my head. So the pop-up tents are to relieve the selling of alcohol from the main bar, so it's spread out a bit more. Is so people aren't queuing and getting frustrated while they're waiting for a drink. They've got the other pop-up thing. Right. Okay. So I've got that. Also, when you say you're going to increase security outside, by your own words, you're saying that you don't think it's going to cause any more people coming in, but you are going to raise the security. What are you thinking is going to be your up in your security? I don't know how much you have now so up it could be one more person, like, I don't know. So I just wanted to know what it is now and what you're looking to up it to.
Of course. So the current ratio on a match day for stewards is 1 to 150. So at the moment, so for example, if there's 1,000 people, we work out the numbers based on that. We also put an extra steward on fire exits, and we also have stewards that are roaming around as well. That's inside the stadium on a match day. On a match day as well, we will increase stewards out on the road, Bourneville Avenue, so that parking will be much, much better handled. We are in talks, I'm going a bit off tangent here, but we are in talks with Arriva, who are a club sponsor, regarding a park and ride scheme. We've also discussed with Holcombe Grammar School, part of the Thinking Schools Academy Trust, about using their school car park as an overflow car park to alleviate pressure. Regarding SIAs, that is based on a ratio of 1 to 250. Sorry, let me reverse the numbers. Sorry, stewards are 1 to 250, SIAs are 1 to 150. Sorry, I do apologise. So that's how we work out the numbers. But however, that's how we'd work out the numbers on a match day. But regarding Ms. Convey's question about the actual World Cup, we will go above those numbers in terms of how many SIAs we have to help police.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions from me. What's the average match day attendance?
Our average match day attendance at the moment is between 1,500 and 1,600.
Okay, and how many people do you envisage attending for the World Cup, those matches which are going to be late? But...
We would be capping it at around 700.
Okay, and they will be members of the club or just members of the public turning up?
So we're selling tickets through pre-book only, much of which are already club members, season ticket holders as well. So we do have access to details in terms of who they are. We do actually vet who they are before we accept their booking. So we don't just let anybody walk up, turn up, unless we previously know them from our experience of them, from previous events held at the club, or if they are club members.
For the World Cup, are you putting up a large screen, or will there be a screen in each bar?
So we have TVs inside the clubhouse as it is. We've also got a LED screen outside. So hence the reason why we're asking for a pop-up bar to cater for the outside seating area.
Okay, and just one more question from me, Chair. How many kind of incidents of crime or disorder normally happen on a match day?
I can confidently say that we have zero. I am the safety officer on match days, and we have zero issues.
Right. Just people leaving, the odd person leaving with a cup full of alcohol, which is, and that's what you're trying to stop, I guess, in respect for the objectors there.
That's correct, and that is what we are looking to reduce.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. I want to go back to the fact that you've got two issues for us to consider. One is the pop-ups, and the other one is the change of hours. I'd like to try and explore the pop-ups a little bit, but I'm going to ask you a few questions that are outside of the direct things about them. Firstly, what's the licence capacity for the ground?
3,014.
So we're looking to build between 1,600 and capacity for if it was a big match or something like that. Yeah?
If it was a huge match, then yes, of course, yes. Yes, we would go up to, well, not up to the capacity, we would cut it slightly short. Correct.
With the pop-ups, you say they're on wheels. Are they going to be housed in some shelters, or are they going to be housed in a tent?
So one of the pop-up bars will be housed inside the club shop, so it's managed well, and the other pop-up bar will be housed inside one of the open stands, if you like, where there's some terracing.
Okay. That one makes me feel a little bit. It's a bit different from what I would have expected. Right. The other question now comes down to not match days, but the charity events. You're expecting to have the pop-ups as part of these events as well? All of them, or only some of them, please?
So before each community day, cup final, charity event, we always liaise, as we do with every event, we always liaise with the event organisers to see A, ticket sales, B, how many are expected, and then we take a view as to whether or not we would need the pop-up bars open. It may well be that we only use them on match days for the first team. It may be that we don't even need them for the charity or community days, but we just like the option there if need be. Okay, can I explain the second pop-up bar in a bit more detail? Is that okay? So we've got a stand behind where the dugouts are with some terrace steps, and the pop-up bar is almost a trolley, if you like, around the size of this table. It's on wheels and it just has 2 pumps on it. So it's nothing overcomplicated or too technical. It's just basically like a table with two draft pumps on it with 2 kegs underneath that's under shelter. I hope that explains it.
Thank you for that. So is alcohol allowed to be consumed on the stands then, in the ground? Sorry, I have never been to a game at Chatham. Sorry about that.
You are welcome to attend any time, by the way. So that's what we're hoping for with the actual licence itself. So the off-the-premises part would be people can take the alcohol away from where they've purchased it at the pop-up bar and go and sit in the stand and drink the alcohol. That's what we're hoping to aim for.
Thanks for your explanations. I haven't got any other questions for you at this time. Now it's back to the objector. If you've got more questions, or you want to make some more points about your representations, I accept that it's about this application in front of us. The World Cup is actually got some national exemptions, which they've covered. Thanks.
Just on so you're at the moment, I know that you're advertising for the upcoming events, obviously the World Cup, that you've got areas cordoned off for your ticket holders. So what they, forgive me because I'm really not into understand the licensing here, but can you explain to me? So they buy the alcohol within the bar and they're allowed to take it at the moment into that cordoned off areas.
So at the moment, the licence is that they can purchase alcohol inside the clubhouse area, and then with the addition of the pop-up bars, i.e. the off-premises, off-sale, that means they could take it outside into the marquee areas, into the seating area outside. Did I explain that? Okay, yeah.
So you're advertising already that these areas, if you look on Facebook, you're already, based, to my reading, it reads that you take all your pictures or your pints or whatever you're selling, because you buy a ticket, and within that ticket you get a free drink. So the amount of tickets you're selling at the moment, you wouldn't be able to accommodate those people within the bar, but you're advertising already that these people go and sit in those I don't know what you've named them, these cordoned off areas. So I'm a bit not too sure that you're selling the tickets already, and also advertising on Facebook for everyone to see, to be able to buy these tickets in these cordoned off areas, but you're only allowed to consume within the bar area? Am I sort of clarifying that?
No, I fully understand the question. So at the moment, we've only sold tickets for tables inside the bar, which is where the licence allows at the moment. We haven't sold any tickets at all purposely for outside areas, obviously based on how, the outcome of today, of course. Thank you.
I just think with, again, going back to, if you have 2 more pop-up bars, I think the consumption will increase, and therefore the noise level, etc., the littering and the taking out of alcohol out there will increase. You've said that you've got notices. You and I both know the size of those notices, and no one takes a blind bit of notice of those signs that you've got put up, I think. So I don't know, I'm really not reassured with what you're saying, that it is not going to exacerbate what's already happening on match days, and that's all.
Fully understood. As mentioned, more signs will go up, larger signs. There will be signs, there will be messages sent out over tannoys on match days and every other event that we have. And hopefully I can reassure you and say that it won't increase the number of people that attend matches. So for example, just having these 2 pop-up bars won't increase attendance by 2, 3, 4, 500. The same rules will still apply, where stewards are trained, SIAs are trained to notice if a supporter is consuming too much, as are the bar staff as well, and they will refuse to serve drinks to people that are accessing pints quicker, if you like. So they are trained in that respect. So you're absolutely right to raise those points, but I am hopefully I'm assuring you now by saying it won't increase crowd numbers. It won't bring an extra 200 people to the stadium because they can buy alcohol and then take it outside and walk off down the street with it. It's not like that at all. It's not like that at all. One of the main reasons, again, is to enhance supporter experience, but it's also to help with. I'm not sure how much of a background the panel have got in the club, but we're a massive community club, and we get a lot of vulnerable supporters that come and watch. We get lots of disability groups. We get a lot of vulnerable community groups that come along, and it's to help assist with them as well, so they're not having to queue up in the main clubhouse area. So it won't just be alcohol that's served from these pop-up bars. It will be teas, coffees, Coke, lemonade, that sort of stuff as well. So it is to hopefully enhance their experience as well.
Have you any other questions? Have you got some questions for the objectors?
None from me, thank you.
I've just got 2 questions. I may have misheard you, but you did say that your pop-ups are on wheels and about the size of the table. And you're going to use 2 of them. So that's about that length. Yeah? To serve teas and coffees and alcohol. Okay. Have you trialled the teas and coffees being outside rather than inside?
We have, yes, on one of the pop-up bars. Sorry?
Does it increase sales?
Slightly. It helps. It means that people don't have to queue up in the main clubhouse to get a tea and coffee. They can go to the pop-up bars elsewhere without having to enter the clubhouse.
Thank you for the clarification. I haven't got any further questions. I'll just ask everybody, have you got finally anything you wish to add? So now I'll take additions from the objectors and the applicants, or members, if you've got anything to add.
I mean, I think I've said it all in what I might express my concerns within my objections of my reservations about the pop-up bars. One more question. Have you had previous pop-up bars at the far end of the stadium already that sold tea, coffees, etc.? And within the tea, where the tea hut area is, obviously the only time I've been in your ground is when I've had to come in to ask people to move from outside my drive when cars are parked outside on my drive, and I can't exit, so I don't know sort of the layout of the ground. But I've been told by other residents of Bourneville Avenue who have attended that they've seen other pop-up bars at the far end of the ground and within the just inside. Have you ever had any previous pop-up bars before?
So at the other end of the stadium, we've got so if you're an away team, they bring directors with them. So we've got a ballroom at the other end of the stadium where we have teas and coffees for away directors and some match officials as well. They do attend the room at the bottom end of the stadium, but that's just a tea urn, that sort of thing, really, like a secondary ballroom. That's all that is. We have had a pop-up bar before. That was for the Euros, which was 2 years ago, but we applied through temporary events notices to get that cleared. And I just want to add that there wasn't any trouble in terms of antisocial behaviour during that period. We was commended by the police in terms of how we handled it all. I hope that answers your question.
So you've never previously sold alcohol from the other end of the stadium?
Not from the other end of the stadium, we haven't. No, we've only ever done it in that one-time pop-up bar for the Euros where we applied for the temporary notice. And sorry, I don't know if I can just make a closing statement now, if I may. As a resident of Bourneville Avenue, we fully respect what you're saying, and we would like to work with all of the residents in the surrounding areas, not just Bourneville Avenue, but by holding regular meetings, and we can get to know each other better and converse and work out a way forward for everybody that suits us all. If you'll agree to that, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I now require everybody to leave the room in order that we can reach a decision. We're going to make the decision this morning. Okay? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience, folks. We have reached a decision, and I'm going to read the decision. Having considered the report, the application, the written and oral representations, the Licensing Act 2003, Section 182 guidance, and the Council Statement of Licensing Policy, and all matters before it, the panel has decided to grant the application for a full variation of the premises licence for Chatham Town Football Club. In reaching that decision, the panel accepted that the objectors raised genuine concerns relevant to the licensing objections, in particular the prevention of crime and disorder and the prevention of public nuisance. The panel found, however, that the principal issue arising on the evidence was that the risk of alcohol being taken beyond the property and beyond the properly controlled stadium area and the associated issues, rather than the operation of additional sales and points within the stadium itself. The panel was satisfied that this risk can be appropriately and proportionately addressed by the conditions agreed with Kent Police at Appendix E, subject to a minor amendment to the off-sales condition, together with one other further condition requiring regular community engagement. The panel therefore considered that with those conditions in place, the variation is appropriate for the promotion of the licensing objectives. Accordingly, the panel grants the application subject to the conditions agreed at Appendix E, including the removal of the embedded condition of late-night refreshment on Thursdays, save that the relevant off-sale conditions shall read: the sale of alcohol for consumption off the premises shall be limited to within the designated stadium footprint only, and shall not be permitted to be taken beyond the external perimeter of the stadium grounds, including any car park area or tennis courts. All off-sales must be consumed within the stadium stands and associated spectator areas. Further to the applicant's proposal, the panel would also impose the following condition: community engagement meetings to be advertised locally and to take place at least quarterly per annum, and minutes from such meetings must be forwarded to the licensing authority within 2 weeks of the community engagement meeting taking place. And the full written reasons will follow together with notification of appeal rights. Sorry, that's the end of the decision notice. Okay.
you.
Welcome to this morning's licensing hearing. Where need to elect a chair? What about electing the chair again? Do you have to do that? Okay, thanks. Okay, we'll just introduce ourselves, and I think I'll start with Councillor Sands, and that way it can go around that way.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Councillor Sands, independent councillor and member of the board. Thank you.
I'm Councillor Hazel Brown, and I'm chair of the panel.
Hello, I'm Sharon Jackson, member of panel and also local councillor for Strood West.
I'm Nicola Couchman, and I'm here to keep a record of the meeting.
Hello, Carl Rogers, solicitor, legal advisor to the panel.
Hello, my name's Helen Bodin. I'm a licensing officer.
Good morning. I'm Jill Sherratt from Licensing Matters. I'm here to represent the applicant.
Good morning. I'm Nicola.
It went off, I think. Right, go on.
Yeah.
Leave it.
Good morning. I'm Nalekumaran Sivaraja. I'm the applicant and Gillingham postmaster.
I just run through the procedure. The licensing officer, Helen's going to briefly outline your application, and then you as the applicant or the representative, you speak in support of the application, and you can call any witnesses you have. The objectors, if they were here, can ask you, or the representative, or the witnesses questions. And then we'll ask you questions. And then if the objectors were here, or if they turn up, speak about their representation and call any witnesses. And the applicant, that's your good selves, you can ask the objectors questions, and then we'll ask some questions. And then we get you to sum up, and then we'll make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. On the 14th of April 2026, we received a full variation application for the premises licence for Ward News 53 High Street, Gillingham, ME7 1BQ. An appendix of the Cumulative Impact Assessment called Gillingham High Street can be found as Appendix A of this report. It is attached for information as the premises is located within this designated area. This can be found on pages 57 to 60.
Sorry, can we just pause, Helen? I'm sorry, you'll have to repeat that again.
Yeah, no problem.
Sorry, on behalf of everybody, I'll just apologise.
Just press the button once to turn the microphone on, and then when you're finished.
Can I ask that we restart the proceedings now that we have a quorum? It's okay. We're just going to do introductions first, and I think this time... No, it's okay. We need to do introductions because we need to introduce your good selves. So I'll start with you guys, and then we'll move along around this way.
Magic touch.
Hello, I'm Lucy Paxman, one of the objectors.
Taylor, one of the objectors.
I'm Councillor Ron Sands, local councillor, independent councillor and member of the committee.
I'm Councillor Hazel Brown, Chair of the committee.
Hello, I'm Sharon Jackson. I forgot what I was now. A member of the committee and local councillor for Strood West.
I'm Nicola Couchman. I'm here to keep a record of the meeting.
Hi, Carl Rogers, solicitor and legal advisor to the panel.
Hello.
Good morning. My name's Jill Sherratt. I'm representing the applicant.
Good morning. I'm Nicola Sivaraja. I'm the applicant and Gillingham Post Office postmaster. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I have already outlined this, but just the running order of how it works. The licensing officer will outline the application, then the applicants or their representative speaks in support of their application. You, the objectors, ask the applicant or their representatives or witnesses questions, and then the panel asks the applicant or their representative and witnesses questions. Then you speak about your representation and call any witnesses you wish. The applicant or the representative asks you, the objectors, questions, and then we as the panel ask questions, and then there's a chance to sum up at the end where everybody is asked if they wish to add anything. That's how it runs. Okay? That explain okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. On the 14th of April 2026, we received a full variation application for the premises licence for Ward News, 53 High Street, Gillingham, ME7 1BQ. An appendix of the Community Impact Assessment called Gillingham High Street can be found as Appendix A of this report. It is attached for information as the premises is located within this designated area. This can be found on pages 57 to 60. This application is to vary the hours for the sale by retail of alcohol as off sales from Monday to Saturday, 8 a.m. to 7:30, to daily between 8 a.m. and 2100 hours. A copy of the application can be found at Appendix C on pages 67 to 86. We received communication from the applicant changing the application hours for the sale by retail of alcohol to Monday 8 a.m. to 2000 hours and Sunday 10 a.m. to 1800 hours. A copy of this can be found at Appendix B. During the consultation, we received 10 representations. We received representation from Kent Police. This was in relation to 3 of the licensing objectives: prevention of crime and disorder, public safety, and prevention of public nuisance. This can be found at Appendix E on pages 89 to 93. After agreeing an extra condition, Kent Police withdrew their representation. This can be found on the supplementary agenda. We received a representation from Public Health relating to 2 of the licensing objectives: the prevention of crime and disorder and the prevention of public nuisance. This can be found at Appendix F on pages 95 to 111. After the agreed extra condition with Kent Police, Public Health also withdrew their representation. This can be found also in the supplementary agenda. We received 8 representations from members of the public. These were in relation to crime and disorder, public nuisance and public safety. These can be found at Appendix G on pages 113 to 128. Through mediation, the applicant has requested a slight amendment to condition 10 of the premises licence. The responsible authorities who objected to this application originally have been consulted and have no objection. This can be found in the supplementary agenda. Please accept my apologies. Through administrative error, one of the objections wasn't shared with all parties prior to today. I can, however, confirm that the objection was received within the consultation period. It is for the panel to consider all the evidence presented, both written and oral, and make a decision on the application in line with the Section 182 guidance, Medway Statement of Licensing Policy, Community Impact Assessment, and the Licensing Act 2003. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. And now we'll call upon the applicant's representative to speak to us.
Thank you, Chair. I think you can all hear me. Yes, my name's Jill. I'm from Licensing Matters, and I'm here to represent the applicant, Mr. Sivaraja. He submitted his own application, and then when he needed help here today, that's when we became involved. And I'll explain the process of speaking to the police and everything like that in my submissions to you. I'll give you some background first. Mr. Sivaraja owns another post office. He's been in retail for many, many years. So he's owned the post office, which sells alcohol, and it has a convenience store. He's had that for 15 years. He worked for, I think it was BP, and in retail, Sainsbury's for 10 years prior to that. So I don't think there's any question about his skills and ability today anyway, but just so you know, he does have significant experience in making sales of alcohol. He understands his responsibilities, and the evidence that you will be able to draw on today is that he's never had a complaint, he's never failed a test purchase, he doesn't have any problems, he is a safe pair of hands, and in addition to that, he has a good relationship with the authorities, production of CCTV and things like that. So you're dealing with a top calibre applicant in the first instance. In terms of this shop, I'll just give you a bit of background because it is relevant. Approximately 4 years ago, Gillingham Post Office was brought to this location because it closed, it couldn't survive, it was running at a loss, and it closed down. And it was brought to this location by the previous owner, Mr. Patel. And Mr. Patel applied for this licence. You know, it has a licence at the moment, and he applied for it then 4 years ago because, as you will know, post offices can't survive without some form of diversification. And in bringing it to his then newsagents, he embarked on a process of improvement, and that was what that alcohol licence was all about. But before he could get going with that business in its new form, he passed away suddenly, very tragically, and it basically didn't progress any further. What happened was his wife had to take everything on, and she managed with family support for about 3 years, but couldn't cope, and that's why a year ago she sold it to Mr. Sivaraja, who you have in front of you today. And this application is part of that process of improvement and essentially securing the post office. That's what this is all about. He could see that the business as a whole needed more investment, and as part of that development, he's asking for these additional hours for alcohol. I'll go into it in a little bit more in a second. So to reiterate, the original application was for 9 p.m, but Mr. Sivaraja has said that he will only be opening till 8 o'clock Monday to Saturday and 6 o'clock on a Sunday. It's a very, very limited application from, they currently can sell alcohol up until 5:30 at the moment. So it's a very, very limited application. Now, he's named as the premises licence holder, and the DPS, he actually has with him still 3 members of the Patel family who were here owning this business before, and the DPS you will see is Parita Patel, and she is one of the previous, the family that owned it before. So it's a post office. Now, to say it's a valued resource for local residents is an understatement. It's quite shocking, the facts I've been given about what the town is lacking. There's no banks, there's no cash machine, and this post office presents all of that service to the town. It's one of the busiest in Kent, and it is absolutely crucial. And as I've said, to survive, it has to diversify. In creating that diversification and a business that can survive, Mr. Sivaraja has come along and invested £100,000 in this business to secure the future of it. And in doing that, he's partnered with, he's decided not to remain independent, which is kind of struggling on your own. He has partnered with a company that is not actually very widespread down here because they emanate from Manchester, but they're called Parfits. I don't know if you've heard of them. That's the wholesale. But the brand is Go Local. I know them really, really well because they're very, very big up north and they're gradually coming down south. But it's the equivalent of, I don't know which ones are most down here, Spar or Costcutter. It's the equivalent of that. They are a very big concern. So not only are you dealing with with the applicant, you're dealing with Parfits as a professional outfit as well. So he has done that because he's creating what he describes to me as the equivalent of a Tesco of a Sainsbury's. That's how professional it's going to be. That's what that £100,000 has done. It is completely refurbished everything, brand new CCTV. I'll leave you to your imagination. Full convenience, toiletries, household, newspapers, everything, in addition to the post office. And alcohol is actually a minute amount of that. This isn't an alcohol-led business at all. In fact, he was describing how much they've been earning on alcohol, kind of £10 in a day, no more than £50 in a day, when takings are £600 in a day sometimes. It is a minute part, but it is a crucial part. You cannot have a convenience store without alcohol. Because people just walk out. They want to be able to get everything in one go. You know what these smaller convenience stores are like nowadays. They are like supermarkets, and they do not survive without alcohol. But it's far from being the focus of this application. So in terms of the policies and procedures, I don't think I need, this isn't an application for a new licence, so I don't think I need to go into those in too much detail. Suffice it to say, and I will quote what the police have said to you about how well run this premises is. It's well run. It has all the correct policies, procedures. It has CCTV condition, incident, refusals, challenge 25, staff training. All of those kinds of conditions are already on this licence and working very, very well. In terms of staffing, there are 4 personal licence holders. There's plenty of staff there because obviously the security needs of a post office are much, much greater than a convenience store. So it operates to massively higher standards than you would get normally. And additional staff have been recruited to support the extending opening hours. In terms of the hours, those hours will not happen unless alcohol is part of the package. Like I say, a convenience store cannot operate. It creates far more problems if there's no alcohol on the shelves, and so it is crucial that there is a licence that matches the opening hours. So it's a very, very simple application, is this. It's not a consideration of everything, of a new licence. Mr. Sivaraj is already there doing it well. He's already proved himself, and the quality of what he does is not in question. So just to move on, that's the application. I'm not going to say any more about it. Obviously, I would encourage you to ask the applicant questions. He knows very much what he's doing here, and he does understand the issues in the area. So to move on to the representations and where I became involved, the police have stated in their documentation, we agree that this is seemingly already a well-run and responsibly managed premises, and that's not a cause of concern for Kent Police. Where they were concerned is that the application itself did not provide sufficient evidence to justify a deviation for cumulative impact policy, and that was their concern. And unfortunately, by doing applications themselves, they're not licensing experts, and they don't necessarily frame things in the right way within an application, and that's where, with my expertise, we've altered that. So I immediately got on the phone to the police and explained what I've just explained to you. I gave them the background, so you might think, well, it's only one condition that's been agreed. That is true, but the police were given the background of everything. I told them exactly what I've just told you now, and that is why they changed their position on this application with public health. So I'll not go into, the residents are obviously here and we'll let you know their thoughts. My job today is based around your cumulative impact policy. I understand full well that what we've got to do here is demonstrate that there will, the applicant will not add to the existing problems. This isn't about trying to say there aren't any problems in Gillingham, because clearly there are. That is what your cumulative impact policy is there to deal with. But the reality about cumulative impact policies are they are a very, very blunt instrument. They don't often take into account, well, they don't take into account, unless someone like me comes along, the merits of a specific application and what it might bring and what impact it has. And what it doesn't do, a cumulative impact policy, is alter the requirements for parties to bring evidence to the table when they are saying that this licence shouldn't be granted. They very much still have to do that. So what I'm going to do, I apologise for telling you things you might have heard already here, because if you're an experienced committee, you'll know all this. But it is my job to make the submissions in relation to cumulative impact. It's a rebuttable presumption, as you know. It's not a ban on new licences. It's not a brick wall. That there's case law on that. It isn't a case of saying, well, we've got a policy, go away. The question is not whether there are existing issues. Of course, we absolutely realise that there are, and we don't dispute any of the problems that the residents say that they've experienced. The question is whether this particular application is going to add to the issues. And if you are satisfied that they won't add to them, then you are allowed to grant this licence. In making that assessment, what I ask you to do is consider the character and the nature of the premises, first of all. I've already outlined what this is. This isn't your standard off licence. It isn't a standard convenience store. It's a post office, and it's fundamentally different from premises that usually drive cumulative impact concerns. Those are your traditional off licences. They're often drinking venues and things like that. This isn't that, and that is absolutely, it's a crucial point here, that customers are attending here for postal services first, then their ordinary day-to-day shopping, and as I've said, alcohol even then is far from the focus of this business. And certainly from my conversations this morning, you know, the troublesome individuals don't go in this premises and don't go buy alcohol because they know that it is managed in a very, very different way to maybe a couple of other premises that are just very, very close by, because of the added security, the added standards, because of the nature of the post office. In addition to the nature of the premises, I'll just add in the bit about the conditions, because that again is very, very relevant. This premises has already the conditions restricting the types of premises that can be sold to the people who are causing the problems. So the 5.5%, the beer and cider, the cheap beer and cider, cannot be sold and is not sold in this premises because it's law, it's condition, and single cans are not sold in this premises. Now, those are conditions that have restrictions on this premises, but aren't necessarily on the others in the town. The ones that are 24 hours don't have them, and you can see maybe why issues are being contributed to elsewhere, but they're certainly not being contributed to by this premises because it cannot sell the products that are the cause of the problem. The limited hours that we're asking for are very, very relevant today. The proposed terminal hour of 8 o'clock and 6 o'clock on the Sunday. We're not seeking late night alcohol sales. You know, those are the hours most commonly associated with alcohol-related problems. And we're being very true to what the applicant needs here today. We're not asking for anything over and above. His track record, I've already told you about that. You are entitled to place weight on the evidence of good management. You're not asked, we could be here applying for a new licence, but we're not. You're not being asked to speculate about an unknown operator. He has clearly demonstrated, and you know you've got the police backing of that the applicant is capable of promoting the licensing objectives. And if he's doing that already up until 5 o'clock, there can be no suggestion that he is not capable of doing it up until 8 o'clock and 6 o'clock on a Sunday. Moving on from that, getting into the legal points really about a cumulative impact zone, is the evidence the test of evidence, which I've already mentioned, decisions must still be evidence-based. The parties who have objected are not released from bringing evidence to the table, and speculation is not good enough. It must be evidence. It's not enough to assume that because there's a problem in the area, this licence will contribute to it. You've already reflected the concerns within your policy, but to refuse this application, there has to be evidence, a link to this particular premises and why it will add to that cumulative impact. I submit to you that in the context of this specific application, and the detail really does matter, there's no evidential basis for coming to a conclusion that the premises will add to the problems. And finally, I will leave you with, I think, the strongest point that I will make today, and that is the position of the authorities. You know, and I know, I've been down here so many times during all these years that I've been doing this job, and the police and public health are very, very active indeed. And you know that they've been active here because they objected initially. They've not been passive, and they've raised those concerns. And with professional help, the applicant has engaged constructively with them, and they've withdrawn their objections. This is significant. They are the people, they are your experts. That's written within the government guidance. They're your experts, and they're, because they are the people, the authorities who are best placed to assess whether this application will contribute to the problems that are noted within your cumulative impact policy. They are the ones with the evidence, and their view, their expert view, should weigh heavily upon you today. That's all I've got to say, really. That's the application. Those are the legal points in relation to the cumulative impact zone. I will need to just sum up really, hopefully really short and sweet at the end, but that's the application. I would ask you to grant it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. Now, it's the objector's turn to ask the applicant and the witness and the representative questions. It's not statements, it's questions, okay? Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you may have statements to make as a lead into the question, but it's not like it just makes statements. It's about asking questions. Do you, yeah?
I understand it's a post office, and obviously post offices struggle. I still struggle to see why selling alcohol is really such the main thing for the licence, the application for the licence. I've personally witnessed things going on in the high street, especially you've got the seat, unfortunately, you've got seating outside. And especially in the evenings, you don't notice it as much in the daytime, but in the evenings it's quite intimidating to walk by. I've got friends that live locally as well, and it's quite off-putting. And I know there's been incidents when the police have been called. I understand that the police are backing you guys now. And if it was just the post office, I would understand that, but I struggle to see why having the alcohol sales is such.
Yeah, do you want me to
needed?
answer?
Yes, please.
Yeah. I understand completely, but we have to go through this process. Even if we sell one bottle of wine, we have to go through this process. It doesn't mean that a load of alcohol is going to be sold, but we have to get a licence to do that. So, you know, and it is a convenience store, and convenience stores have to sell alcohol. So we have to go through this process. It's not something that is a choice. Like I say, there might well be a bench outside. That's not the applicant's bench. That is a bench on the town centre. And if people are causing issues there, then that's nothing to do with him. He hasn't caused those problems. So But you know, I can't really answer that any better than that, really.
Yeah, and I completely understand what you're saying. The benching is unfortunate that it's there, and it's not down to your fault, the applicant, at all. But them sales of alcohol is still going to cause an issue, and I know it's going to cause an issue. I've witnessed it time and time again.
Yeah, I mean,
and
again, he's not. Mr. Sivaraja is not going to be selling the types of alcohol that those people outside drink. I don't know if you're aware of that. He has restrictions on this licence. He's not allowed to sell high-strength beer and cider above 5.5%. He can't sell any of it at all, whereas the other shops can. So he has restrictions. He can't sell single cans. He's not allowed. So the alcohol that is maybe being consumed out there, it's nothing to do with him.
Yeah, but it's not all down to... I get high alcohol beer is an issue, and cider. I don't see many people drinking, especially cider, I don't see many people drinking cider on the high street at all. When I'm down there, and it's especially in the evenings, and in the winter it's going to be even much more of a worse problem because it's darker in the evenings. And obviously you've got residential properties nearby, quite very close to the environment of the shop. And when I've gone into the post office, it is busy, I understand that. But also there's been a lot of times when there's just one person serving behind the post office. But it still doesn't take away the fact that the police have withdrawn, but I still don't... It's... I mean, what else is going to be put in place to sort of prevent antisocial behaviour?
Well, they already have on the licence already conditions. I mean, the main ones are those two that I've said, and I said them for that reason, because they're targeted directly at the problems that are out on the street. It is just a great shame in areas like this that problems start and they're created maybe by people who aren't selling alcohol very well, and they're selling all of those products, and then new operators that come in who are not going to engage in that kind of behaviour, unfortunately then have a problem. But he has all the measures already in place. You know, that the restriction on products is a big one. And we've also agreed an additional restriction with the police that he won't sell miniatures as well. So those are the restrictions. We have everything else relating to children as well, which I don't think is so much of an issue today, but Challenge 25. And there's also staff training as well is massive. And within the staff training, they learn about how to handle antisocial behaviour and conflict, and you know, that's all part of the training, and that's already on this licence.
Not in a minute here. You press a button, do you?
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
How do you know that you're...
Well, that's what I was advised. It's one of, if not the. It's a busy post office. Well, if you feel it's misleading, apologies. That you know, look, at the end of the day, I'll adjust it to it's a very, very busy post office.
As far as I can see, the post office is a means to an end. You get your post office, and then you can do other things.
Sorry, I don't quite understand the question.
He wants to stay home. The gent wants to stay home late because, in my opinion, he wants to sell alcohol. Not many post offices are open till 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah, well, they do now because they're part of the counter, And this post office, the post office services will be open until 8 o'clock.
Yeah. It's okay to blame, not to blame him for the seats outside. They aren't his seats, but they get used by people to make noise and mayhem. I've seen it. So, you know, how that's going to be sorted out.
Sorry, it's your opportunity to ask questions. And that was a good question, the antisocial behaviour, and you asked a question. But it's about questioning now. If you want to make comments, they come at the end. It's just about, I'm sorry about this, to be pedantic, just have to ask questions at this point. You get a chance at the end to make comments.
I think he did ask a question there about how are the problems going to be sorted out. Well, you know, an applicant has got their job to do, and that is to look after their shop and make sure they run responsibly. If there are problems out on a bench outside, that is for the police to deal with. So everyone's got their own responsibility to deal with things together. As long as a shop owner with a licence or a pub, whoever it is, who all holds a licence, they've got to operate their premises responsibly, and that's their job. He can't police the bench.
See, I used to work in Gillingham 30 on years ago. You can't turn the clock back, but we had Woolworths, the co-op. It was all these lovely shops that have gone, and you go in there now and you wonder where you are. It's a mess, and I just don't. I would like that this license to be granted to this gentleman, if that's going to increase that mess in the high street.
Well, I can certainly respond to that, because like I say, it's unfortunate that people are opposed just because they're asking for alcohol. Because what good retailers do is exactly what you're saying. They bring standards up. So a good retailer will bring the standards up in Gillingham. It's the people who aren't doing things correctly and the ones that have lower standards and lower thresholds of what they will and won't do and allow. Those are the people that need dealing with. But certainly the person that you've got in front of you here is one that really, really wants to invest in Gillingham and make it a better place.
Well, okay, but if the gentleman spent an awful lot of money for this extra business he wants, why do that first and then ask for the license?
Well, he's doing it all at the same time. That's just his decision.
I see. So, in other words, it's a bit of pressure, isn't it? He spent a lot of money, so therefore he should be looked on kindly in that way.
No, he should just be granted a licence because of his calibre and because he's going to operate responsibly.
May I ask why the police removed their objections?
Because I spoke with the police and I explained to them everything that I've said today about the background, and that was information they didn't really have. And once they'd heard what I had to say and gave a lot of context to this gentleman here and the way he operates and has done for many, many years, they no longer remain concerned about the application. And that's why they withdrew. I mean, something that I don't think you will know is that within licensing there is a power of review, so that anybody can take any premises to a review of the license. It's just like this, and what it does, it brings somebody in who's not operating responsibly. And the police, you see, they know that they can do that. So, but anybody can do that, and that's why licenses can be granted to people.
Go back to my original question, the fact that this, in my eyes, is going to create more noise and mayhem in the high street at night. You say it won't, but you don't know.
It won't, because they're only open until 8, and the operator as evidence that he is more than his other licence goes till much later than that, and he's proved that he is capable of running a premises without any problems. So no, he won't create any problems.
So if that's the case, and if we do get a problem with noise and that, who is the person to sort it out?
You would go to the environmental health for noise, and you go to the police, or if you want to take the gentleman's details today, I'm sure he'd be more than happy for you to have his number direct.
No, I don't want that, really.
No, okay. Well, it's the police, it's the authorities, the council.
My experience with the police is that they often don't turn up anyway. So, you know, the noise goes on. And it's not the only shop making the noise at night in Gillingham High Street with the customers.
Yeah, but can I, just for clarification, I can't deal with anything outside the licensing of this premises. I cannot deal with the licensing of other premises that we're not dealing with here today. Just for the point of clarification, we are dealing with the licensing of this premises. That's just a reminder, okay?
What else is that applicant? He's saying that he wants to invest in the area. What else positive would he be offering to the area?
Well, the positivity in terms of the context of this hearing today is in relation to him keeping this post office going, making sure all of those services are available for everyone, and creating a service that is suitable for the community. I'm not going to go into anything wider than that, because we're only here to deal with that.
I just struggle to see why being open until 8 o'clock. It's like you're saying as though if these hours are not granted, then the post office is going to shut down. But there's a shop, isn't there? So it's not just the post office. It's not just the shop, the place is relying on the post office. There is a shop there anyway. So why do the hours need to be increased? You're saying like it's either that or the post office shuts, and I'm struggling to understand.
Yeah, no, I mean, every little bit of a business contributes to the overall income. So what the business owners do now is they put as much as they can in that business to keep it afloat. So you're talking packaging, you know, even if it wasn't a post office now, you can pay your bills, packages, do all sorts of things. And that is the retailers quite sensibly making sure their business has lots of elements to it. And that's the same here. In order to support the post office, there'll be the convenience store. To keep the convenience store going, there'll be the post office. So it's a very sensible, all-round approach. And alcohol, as I say, is a minor part of all of that.
Can I just say, if it is a minor part, then why does it need to be an alcohol licence?
Well, I have explained that.
I know, but I'm just...
Yeah, no, well, I have explained that to you, that convenience stores cannot survive without alcohol.
If you're going to have to sell a lot of alcohol to make the post office survive, how much alcohol are you going to spend?
No, I didn't say that. There's very, very little alcohol sold in this premises. But the concept of a convenience store, not just this one, but any convenience store out there, they all sell alcohol unless it's for religious reasons. But on the whole, they all sell alcohol, just like they all sell bread. It's just one more product. When someone walks in a convenience store, you're expecting that everything will be available, that you can get everything in one go. And if you can't, they'll just go down to the next one. So everybody sells everything. It doesn't mean that they're going to sell loads and loads and loads of it. And they don't sell loads of it.
You said they've got to sell alcohol to survive. So I said, how much alcohol are you going to sell?
Well, they're already selling very little at the moment, so they don't anticipate that it will continue.
I mean, one bottle or a case. I mean, you know.
Sorry, Chair, just to intervene. I think some of these questions have been asked and answered already, and also there are elements of this which is becoming cross-examination, which is not permitted. So I'll raise that at this point.
Thank you. You have a different question. You have a different question. No. Is it a question? You have... Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. It explain. Now, we're going to ask the applicant some questions.
Hello. You say about staff having training and everything, and I'm just doing this for clarification as well. I'm taking it that if somebody was sitting out on the bench and drinking and was intoxicated and came into the premises to buy alcohol, your staff will be trained that they would not serve that, permit that. That's my question. The training would include that, is what I'm trying to say. Oh.
My old staff have the personal license at the moment. We are 4 staffs. The previous owner is still working with me, and she's the manager in the post office. I'm also postmaster. And all the time, at least 2 DPS license holders there. So everybody have at least 25 years experience with the alcohol servings. So like we have competent enough to deal with the things. If anybody come with the drunkard people, we never sell. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. For me, this is part of a cumulative impact area, and the gentleman's already got a licence. And we know that there is massive problems in Gillingham, and they're not all down to the gentleman, I understand that. But any new licence just adds to that. It doesn't take anything away. You know, the guy, you know, you said he's not going to sell single cans of beer. He'll sell 4 cans of beer. So is there anything to stop someone coming in at 10 to 8 and buy 8 cans of beer? And there isn't, because the other shops can do exactly the same. But I think what the local people are saying is this whole antisocial behaviour. So what would you personally do about the antisocial behaviour and about the attitude from people outside of your store? What would your staff be able to do? Me? Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, we were having a conversation before we came in about the people who might be considered troublesome, who don't come in the post office because it is so heavily regulated and secure compared to the other shops on the street, so they go elsewhere. But if they did come in, obviously you asked the question about the drunkenness, and I can confirm that is absolutely a thread within all of the training. It is, along with underage sales, serving to drunks is top of the priority list. So everyone, I mean, knows that they don't sell to a drunken person. If anybody comes in, they have conflict management, and the training is e-learning, and if conflict management is part of that, but they haven't had any problems. They don't have, bearing in mind they already have a licence, they don't get the troublesome people in. So it's hard to imagine that suddenly they're going to start coming in at this point, because they don't come in. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, this The lady mentioned that she'd been in the shop before and there's only been one member of staff. Now, if you've got one member of staff doing the post office, who's looking after the alcohol, and vice versa, how often is that likely to happen?
We always have 3 staff, 2 staff in post office and 1 staff in the shop side. From I taken over, always minimum 3 staff. We never have 1 staff. Maybe the lunchtime, 1 staff into the lunch break, post office, so that time run with the 1 staff, and other side is 1 staff. So always 3 staff.
Okay, thanks very much.
May I butt in there a minute, if I'm allowed to say? Right.
Right, I've got 2 or 3. Has the issue around the CCTV and the retention of it been improved?
Yeah, are you referring to the comment from the police? Yeah, it's a difficult one, this, because a lot of conditions are 28 days or 31. It amounts to the same thing. It's for a full calendar month. So when somebody refers to 28, 31, it's a full calendar month, and the applicant understands that it is 31 days on this licence. Yeah, he said there's 2 months retention on this system.
That's great. And this system is evidence quality.
Yeah, it is last month, I have put the new system. So I have 32 cameras, 2 DVRs. So one is 8 gigabytes, so that's more than 2 months is covered.
And the quality is evidence quality.
It is very good.
That's good, because we do particularly want to focus on that, because we are trying to mitigate here the impact of additional actually we're trying to mitigate anything that would cause antisocial behaviour, and I thank you for the update on that. Now, just for clarification, is the post office staying open extended hours?
Yeah, it is open for the mail service, not the cash dealing. We are not going to do from this side because it's not safe for us. But all the mail, other services, we will do it.
You do cash services at the moment?
Banking deposit and withdrawals. So we do from the post office.
I think they do that during the day. What he's saying is that the post office services will carry on till 8 o'clock, but because of the security nature of the cash services, they will stop earlier. That's what he's saying.
Okay, so there's going to be different levels of service at different times.
No, it's only deposit and withdrawals we can't do from this side. We have 2 close counter and 1 compy counter here in the shop side. So we will open the compy counter. So that's we can do all the service. Only we are not going to do the banking, the deposits and withdrawal. This is not safe for us, Thank you.
Is the intention that the alcohol, or at least the spirits, are going to be behind the counter or behind shutters?
Yeah, I'll answer this, Chair, because this is part of the condition that we've asked to be altered. There's a condition on there that says that spirits and wine has to be behind the counter, which shouldn't be drafted like that. I don't know why it's on there. Of course, wine needs to be in the fridge. You only have, in answer to your question, your spirits will absolutely, it's spirits and high value alcohol, so usually your champagne and things would go behind the counter, but we have asked for wine to be removed off that condition so that the wine can go where it needs to go, which is in the fridge. But in answer to your question, the spirits will be behind the counter because it's already conditioned. So
will it be possible for the other alcohol to be in locked cabinets, even if it's not, or behind shutters, even if it's not behind the counter. I understand that you can't run the counter all over your shop.
No, they don't need to, because if they have the hours the same as the alcohol, so they open the doors and alcohol, and then they will be behind closed doors, so there's no need for it to be behind lockable shutters and things.
So you're looking for an extension of hours here, and we're in a cumulative impact area. Have you done any modelling on how much or not? I mean, the application suggested that if this isn't granted, that the business is in jeopardy. And you alluded to this as well, Jill, but I'm not convinced that if you're that I can see any reason why the current conditions are not necessarily the same conditions if we were to grant an extension of hours.
I'm not quite sure what you're saying there, Chair. Let me deal with both of those points. The reference to the business not being viable, I mean, it's just a general reference. It's not going to close down tomorrow, but a convenience store won't survive without alcohol, and over time it won't earn enough money and it will end up in trouble. And that's just a general comment. It's a fact and it's a reality. So that's that side of it. In terms of the conditions already work. They are already plentiful enough to tackle every issue. I mean, the only issue that we're dealing with here today is the antisocial behaviour issue. And so any conditions that might come up can only be targeted at that. And this premises already has the appropriate conditions. The police had the opportunity to present more to us that were appropriate, and they did that, and they presented that one. So, and I mean, look, I can't think of any other condition possible that you could put on this licence. If you do have any in mind, I would like to know what they are, and then I can obviously respond to them. But this licence has plenty of conditions, and they work. So I don't think that we could possibly put any others on there, if that answers your question.
Yeah, sorry, I possibly didn't phrase the question very well, and I apologise on that. You have answered that. I'm still sort of trying to see why we need an extension of hours for alcohol sales if we've got a cumulative impact thing. And you're already licensed from 8 a.m. to 5:30 p.m., even with conditions. So what I'm trying to say is what is it that demonstrates the need for this committee to extend hours when telling me it's well-run premises and all the rest, and that it is being requested that the extension of the post office hours was what was driving the business? Because when I read this, it's people say that they can't get there because of work during the office hours, and therefore that's why you're asking for an extension. But it's actually an extension according to the application around the post office.
Yeah, no, it's an extension for all of it. It's an extension for the business as a whole. So it's an extension so that the post office can go later, but the post office can only go later if the convenience store goes later. That can only go later if alcohol goes later. The whole thing, it's the whole thing. We're not pinching out of anything. We're making the whole thing, he's trying to make the whole thing work. But what I want to say in response to that is the test that you are considering here today is not why we need an extension of hours or why is it needed. That's not the test. The test is, will the licensing objectives be upheld? That's it. That's the only test. And we've demonstrated to you that the licensing objectives will be upheld. Need is not a consideration in licensing.
I accept that, but I was trying to tease out, because the application is actually stating about the extended hours were because of the post office. I was trying to understand the thought process behind this, because it is clearly stated in the application around the post office.
Yeah, I mean, look, the post office is part of the business, but it's an application for everything. You know, it is a difficult thing. We're here for alcohol, but we've explained to you why this application is needed, and it's to make the whole thing viable. Everything needs to work together to make the whole thing viable.
I was exploring need and you told me not to. Now you're telling me about it is about need. I understand that we're looking at the licensing objectives within this, and I will come back to those in our deliberations. So thanks very much for your comprehensive answers to my questions. Thank you.
Sorry, you've obviously done some forecasting about how this extra hours from licensing will impact on the business. So I'm not asking for exact amounts, but it seems to me that a couple of extra hours, and you've already said that the alcohol isn't the greatest in the world. We don't sell lots of it. So I'm struggling at the moment to see how much difference that would make to your business. I'm hopefully, and I'm sure you can tell me.
Do you want to answer that? How much difference it might make?
I don't know actually at the moment how much is going to be impacting. Our alcohol sale is really very less, sometimes £5 per day, sometimes £10. I bring the evidence in our last 2 weeks sale, but it will improve the the sales turnover value. Every pound is make the difference to pay our overheads and staff wages. Thank you.
Can I just sorry? So you're having 3 members of staff on for extra hours. Right, you're having extra staff on for these extra hours. 3 members of staff, you said, but could be making just £5.
No, that's alcohol only.
Yeah, but this is what we're discussing now, the alcohol.
No, we have to discuss alcohol in the context of everything else. If you're talking staffing,
I'll take some guidance, but this is about the licensing of alcohol.
Yeah, but you're asking a question about staffing. So staffing is general. It's not just about alcohol. It's general staffing for everything, for the convenience store, the post office, and everything. And so the whole business, he wants to open the whole business, the post office, the convenience store, and everything. I know what you're getting at there. If you're going to have those staff, and well, how are you going to pay for it? These are his business decisions. This is up to him. He could open this premises without any reference to this committee 24 hours a day if he wanted to. He can do that. Any premises, any business can open 24 hours a day. These are his business decisions. If he feels that he can earn more money and he needs to earn more money to keep things afloat, that's his decision.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much. It's now the opportunity of the objectors to speak about their representation and call any witnesses. So now if you want to make some comments or you want to sum up on your objections, now is the time to do it.
Previous question about the post office won't survive without selling alcohol. Why?
Sorry, this isn't a time for questions.
Pardon?
This isn't a time for questions. We've done the question.
What do you mean you've done the question?
Sorry, it's time for you to sum up on your objections and to make any comment you want as your closing remarks. You've done the questions.
We've had the sections where they've made their case and then they've been questioned, so now it's time for you to make your case. So this is for you to tell us the reasons that you're objecting. If you can tell us the reasons you're objecting, and then it'll be the same, then the applicant and the panel will have a chance to question you about your reasons for the objection. So this is where you tell us what your reasons are for objecting, so why you object to this application.
Thank you for explaining to us the reasons for the licensing. I still struggle to see why the extension has got to be done and the alcohol extension of licence has got to go ahead with that. I mean, you're saying that cash services won't be offered after hours because of the safety of the staff. I understand there's an issue, we have an issue in Gillingham as well as other parts of Medway, but you're not offering them services. And as you said, there isn't many cash machines now in Gillingham. A couple of the shops do have them. I don't see how this is going to positively impact Gillingham, and I'm afraid I'm not persuaded to support the application.
Okay, thanks.
If I may say something, I fully support Lucy's statement there. I don't think, although we've asked the question before, that the post office won't survive without selling alcohol. And there's another question about serving. I've been in there and there's always been one person serving. You know, they say there's three all the time is rubbish.
Thank you. You got some questions for the objectors? Any questions? Okay. Has anybody got any further questions? Have you got you someone up question? Or, sorry, add anything further?
Thank you, Chair. Just to respond a little bit to what's been said, and then I'll just reiterate the legal position on this application. This application isn't about personal opinion. It's not about whether people think this might work, might not, whether it'll be profitable or not, whether he will make money, why he wants an extension of hours. Those are his decisions. They're business decisions, and he thinks that it will help his business. This committee is here to consider one thing and one thing only, and that is, will the licensing objectives be upheld at this premises? And that is it. There is no consideration outside that. The post office and things I've said about the post office are simply background. That's all I've presented. That I wanted to give context and I wanted to give background. That was all I've given you that information for. The only relevant consideration, as I say, are the licensing objectives. And your licensing policy, quite rightly, says that you want to support and encourage businesses which support the local economy, improve the economic health of Gillingham Town Centre without adding to the issues of cumulative impact. And you say, notwithstanding the existence of the cumulative impact area, the authority is supportive of applications that will positively benefit the town centre. That is squarely what this application does. When you're not being asked here to protect the licensing objectives on the one hand and granting the application, the two aren't you're not being asked to choose between those, because you already know that this gentleman protects the licensing objectives. He already does that. That is evidence in front of you. You have a well-managed post office with restricted hours till 8 o'clock. The safeguards that we've told you about, the public safety question, quite rightly, about safeguarding measures, they're already in this licence, with the addition of the one that the police have asked us to include. No history of problems, and you've no responsible authority seeking refusal, and that is the key. The police and public health are your experts and your advisors, and they make the position clear that this application is okay to be granted. That's all I've got to say in summing up. There's no evidential basis, quite respectfully, for concluding that this application will add to the problems that are already in the area. And we ask you to grant this application. Of course, there is the power of review, of course, always, should there be an issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more remarks anybody wants to make?
Maybe, sorry, I must have missed out here.
Have we got any new comments? Sorry.
No, just everything that I've gone over previously and in our documents that we submitted previously. It would be nice that Gillingham didn't have any problems, but it does, and I really struggle to see how it's going to benefit the area and it's not going to give any issues, because I know there's definitely issues in the evening, maybe not so much in the day, there's a lot of people, but in the evening there's less people around, it's intimidating walking through the high street in the evening. I won't keep going over things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask that everyone leave the room in order that the panel can reach a decision on this, with the legal officer and the Democratic Service officer staying with us, please. Thanks very much. Thank you, everybody, for reconvening. The panel have been considering the evidence put in front of us, and we have just want to make clarification around something, which is basically having considered that it's in a SIP and having considered the licensing objectives. What consideration have you as the applicants and the representative given to the avoidance of this being not upholding the licensing objectives as it bumps into the nighttime economy? At the moment, this is a very daytime activity and recognised as well run and all the rest, but what consideration does it have by the extended hours of running into the nighttime economy? And we see that there was a change in hours as well. So I appreciate your thoughts on that and your comments.
I think I understand what you're trying to say. Yeah, the nighttime economy to me is the start of the pubs and the clubs, and that's the nighttime economy as I understand it. 8 p.m. is way before those kind of places tend to come into their own. I mean, look, you can say the witching hour for alcohol where other things kick in is kind of 11 o'clock. That's quite late. I think it's, I don't think there's any definition of what the nighttime economy constitutes. So all I would say is, in my view, 8 p.m. is pretty early. And I don't think that there's any danger of this impacting that or being impacted by that. It will actually have its doors closed at 8 o'clock. Does that answer your question?
Not really. Have you looked at the nighttime economy in the location where this is? Because there aren't any clubs and pubs. There are restaurants.
No. Well, the fact that there aren't any, and the fact it does close at 8 o'clock, I don't think there was any need to consider the nighttime economy, because it is essentially a very early close. I mean, I think if you were going to 9 o'clock, that would be a different consideration. Then you are getting quite late. But 8 o'clock, in my opinion, does not bump up to the nighttime economy particularly. And like you say, if there is, you obviously have better knowledge than me. But if there's no pubs and clubs, then there can be no risk from it.
So the reduction from 9 to 8 kind of, was that a consideration?
Yeah, it's significant, yeah. Yeah. And that was voluntarily done.
Thank you. Have the objectors got any comments around the night economy? Specifically around what I'm raising here. The question I asked the applicant was what consideration they'd given to the hours that they were looking for in terms of it bumping into the night economy.
I would agree with you in the fact that daytime is very different to the evening, not just with the economy, just how everything changes from the daytime business to the evening. And I just, as my points raised before, changed how I feel about licence, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Can I say something, please? Yeah, just the fact. You probably sell the same amount of cans at 8 o'clock at night. Not to 1 hour, what difference it makes, it makes the street get noisier.
Thank you. That helps me get to us going back to having our discussions. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Sorry about the rain. I'm just going to read our decision. We've been considering an application to vary the premises licence at Ward's News in Gillingham, having considered the written report, the application and amended hours, and the written and oral representations from all parties, the panel has reached a decision. We've had regard to the Licensing Act 2003, the 4 licensing objectives, the statutory guidance, and the Council Statement of Licensing Policy, and the Cumulative Impact Policy and Assessment for Gillingham High Street. We have considered this application on individual merits of the case and on the evidence that we have available to us. We acknowledge the genuine concerns raised by local residents about existing issues in the High Street, including street drinking and associated nuisance, and we are grateful to them for explaining the impact it has on them, particularly in the evenings. However, we also note the generality of the evidence, which does not provide specific evidence linking the premises to crime and disorder or public nuisance. In this case, the premises before us is an existing post office and convenience store where alcohol forms a relatively small and controlled part of a wider business. The licence already carries conditions restricting product type and strength, single sales and requiring CCTV, staff training and age verification, and there's no history before us of problems that link to the current operation of the premises. We note that the responsible authorities for crime, disorder and public health initially objected, but have discussed further conditions with the applicant and agreed a prohibition on the sale of spirits in containers less than 200 mils, together with reduced hours. They have withdrawn those objections and do not suggest that the variation now proposed will undermine the licensing objectives. We therefore find that we cannot rely on their initial objections save to identify that whilst there is a risk of the licensing objectives being undermined in the cumulative impact area, those concerns are demonstrably alleviated by the imposition of the conditions. The panel has balanced the concerns about the wider area against the evidence specific to this premises and the conditions that will apply. In the absence of sufficient evidence that the problems in the High Street are attributed to or are likely to be worsened by this particular premises operating with the amended hours and conditions, we do not consider there is sufficient basis to conclude that granting this variation will undermine the licensing objectives or materially add to the cumulative impact in this location. Accordingly, the panel grants the application to vary the premises license so that alcohol may be sold for consumption off the premises between 8 a.m. and 2000 hours Monday to Saturday and between 10 a.m. and 1800 hours on Sundays, subject to all existing conditions. The additional condition that no spirits be sold in containers of less than 200 millilitres in volume, and the amendment of the spirits and wine behind the counter condition so that it applies to spirits only. Full written reasons and the information above appeal. And the information about the appeal rights will be provided in due course. That's the end of the decision. Sorry, a huge thank you to everybody who took part today. Thank you.